Good morning and welcome aboard. We're getting all set up here. Normally it would be the trading floor in Chicago, but we are sequestered to our trade cave because of the pandemic. Hope everybody is well out there and strapped in to look to make money today, or at least learn how to make money today. If you like what we're doing here, tell your friends. This is an opportunity to really focus and buckle down on price action trading. Having said that, make sure that you put up a S&P 500 E-mini chart. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing is to be taken as direct trading advice. You're trading between you and your broker at your own risk. It's very important for you to know that we are teaching you a trading methodology and a trading technique, which is called price action. Saul Sherwool is your host and mentor. Saul's been trading for 25 years plus. He's been down on the CME Group trading floor as an active trader for 25 years or so. He's been trading up against the best traders in the world, in my humble opinion. And he is coming in today and every day, and he is looking to trade for his own account. It's very important for you to know that Saul is at risk based on his price action trading concepts and his price action trading strategies. So you're coming in either as a guest or a monthly, or you could be a student of Saul's, somebody that has taken the next step out of being part of his family or the monthly, and now you are part of his family into where he takes you under his wing, takes you into private session and class, and teaches you his methodology. And together you work on it right down to the granular, the entries, exits, and stops, how to set the levels, what to do with the levels. And that's an opportunity for everybody here to hear about, should say people that are part of Saul's monthly and his family. And if you want any information on that, raise your hand and I'll send it out to you. We used to send it out to everybody, but then I felt like it was scaring people off, even though it's nominal. So if you're interested, I'll send it to you. If you're not interested, that's okay. Or if you haven't gotten interested yet, that's okay. So don't worry about that. If you're coming in from the outside, join us on the inside. Look for the Zoom link. It's interesting because, trading is a real act of, I guess, the possibility of freedom. If you can make $100 today and learn to make $500 tomorrow, by being here, then that's a great thing. Whereby your opportunity is to become free to be able to come to your screens and make money, and free to go do what you want. And that's what we strive for here on a daily basis. Saul strives for it in his own trade, and we're hoping that you're looking to strive for that in your trading. The freedom of the act of trading and making money so that you can do other things during your day. You're not trapped behind doing, I can imagine there's a million things that you can do. And this is one of them. So we're getting all set up. We've got people coming in. Welcome. put up your S&P 500 E-mini screen, try to mimic what you're seeing as far as the screen. Sol looks to do on a good trading day, and it depends on the day, to do 2, 3, 4, 5 trades on a good trading day, and then he's done for the morning. He's looking for a minimum trading profit on each trade of 2 points. That's a minimum trading profit on each trade of 2 points. And actually, I should say it this way, 2 points plus. That's the profit side, 2 points plus. So he's going for 2 points. If it gives him more or there's an opportunity there, he's certainly going to try to take it or position himself to take it. He's also going to keep himself in most cases, but the changes depending on volatility, market action, price movement, he has a 2-point stop. So his 2-point stop floats a little bit depending on market action and activity, but it's pretty tight. He wants to pay attention to the stops. He wants you to pay attention to the stops. I would venture to guess that Sol's entries, exits, and stops are different than you do right now, are different than you know how to do now. The other thing that I think is important to note that we don't like standardized software. We feel it's a false friend for traders, where it gives you all sorts of bells and whistles, generally that are lagging. So it's not very helpful. And it brings you into trades you shouldn't be in. And that's the software that you're using. Everybody's using standardized software. Some people are buying more. I was going to say upselling or get upsold to buy more. And what I mean by more is that they get tricked into buying all sorts of extra bells and whistles, thinking that'll give them a advantage over other traders. That's just my opinion. People spend a lot of money on software to try to gain an advantage over other traders. So I think it's important for you to understand that your software is really a order entry screen back to the broker, and the other stuff in there is can be harmful to your trade. And I'll give you one example. I think it's a good example. Is that if you have a whole bunch of traders out there and just visualize how many people are sitting in front of screens now waiting for this opening bell, and they are all using standardized software, it's a train wreck. It's a train wreck. So Viva la Difference is what Sol looks to do based on his levels, his price action trading. And that's why he has individuals here, new traders and experienced traders, that are looking to utilize Sol's levels and the price action of the market around Sol's levels as an opportunity point for themselves on a daily basis. So that's what we do. And that's what your opportunity is this morning. So it is a service. So if you want to know about it, you want to come back, put up your hand, and I will send it to you. Sol's going to be stepping in shortly. Be prepared on your end to write down the levels. Put the pivot in the middle, what he calls his pivot. It's a price today in the S&P 500 E-mini. Put the pivot in the middle and the other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. And then we'll go through the morning session. Remember, this session ends around noon. If you haven't made your money by noon, put up your hand, because I'll send you out the information to learn how to. I think that's important to note too, that this is a service that teaches you how to develop consistent profitability in your trading. And I guess I should also say there's no guarantee that anybody make money in trading. I guess that's the first order of business because we've been around so long and Sal's been around so long that you can never make any promises to anybody because trading is trading. It's the easiest way to make money and the hardest way to make money. Good morning, Maureen. How are you? Hope everybody is well. Great.
All
So
right.
the
Good
next
morning.
voice you'll hear is Sal's, and here he goes.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice okay, I take it? Can everybody hear me all right?
The doctor can.
Okay, yeah, that's good. All right, there we go. All right, let's give you our levels for this morning. Our pivot this morning is 37.98. 37.98. Resistance above at 04, 10, 16, 23, 31. Support below at 91, 82, 76, 67, and 60. Pivot 98, support 91, 82, 76, 67, 60. Resistance on the upside at 04, 10, 16, 23, 31. All right, market continues to uptick here following yesterday's nice rally. Seems like there's more confidence in the markets these days after this GameStop situation is seems to be under control. It's not as crazy as it was. And the market seems to have accepted it, and there seems to be not the craziness that there was a couple days ago, and they had to shut down everything. Our pivot this morning is 37.98. Resistance above at 04, 10, 16, 23, and 31. Support below 91, 82, 76, 67, and 60. All right, again, market continues to push up here on the heels of, it seems like things are going to be figured out in Washington, and also with things have calmed down a little bit with the GameStop situation, as the craziness as far as are these firms going to be able to handle financial requirements got settled. I mean, you're talking about being able to. Basically, what happened was that Robinhood had a margin call. That's, if you want to look at the short and long of it. Everybody has margin calls that you have to take care of, right? Well, Robinhood, which is the reason they didn't allow trading in it, basically had a margin call, and they had to go out there and get their money so that they don't, so the exchange doesn't shut them down. That's basically the long and short of it, is what happened, so that people can understand the reason that they shut it down for that moment. But I think the market kind of got scared. Doesn't like uncertainty. Consequently, created that sell-off that we had. What's today? Friday? Yeah, Friday. And then yesterday, a little bit of rotation back, and we're almost back up here like nothing's happened, right? Seems like these buying the dip modes is still in play here. So that's something that's been going on for years, right? Oh, especially with the fact that they're going to have some kind of stimulus thing. They didn't look like it looks like they're trying to come up with some number sooner, better than later. We shall see what happens. So the market's opened up here, it's rallying a little bit. 04 is our first resistance area. And if it's a little bit too soon, you don't want to trade right away. I get it. Just be patient. Let's see if we have any numbers coming out this morning that might affect our trading, as we don't like to trade numbers. It is a busy week for numbers. Let's see. Today, actually, there's just a couple Fed speaks later on. All right, we're coming up here to the 34 area, popping up here a little bit above. Again, this first level is always a little bit trickier. Always a little bit trickier to trade, especially since it's the first rotation in the morning. Sometimes you lay off. Always a decision has to be made as to whether you're going to take that level or not. But we talk about that in our education course. And again, like I said, people have to make that decision on their own. All right, so next level on the upside we have is the 10. Support will be back around, well, I'll pivot probably. All right, coming up here to the 10 area. A quick rotation here. Again, always a consideration here to be able to be patient here, wait for first couple bars to get play themselves out. Work in the 10 area. Again, keep your stops in no matter what. All right, working the 10 area here a bit, trying to see what it wants to do around this 10. And again, no numbers coming out this morning, so there is nothing. I mean, we have a couple of Fed speaks coming out at 12 and at 1. That's basically about it. All right, well, we're working the 10, market trying to turn over here a little bit. Let's see what it wants to do. Again, if you sold the upper end there, yeah, take some profits there. Went dip down to 8.5, trying to see if it wants to turn over some more. So we have no other numbers coming out. And let's see what else we can talk about here. Let's see. Tech continues to lead charge on Wall Street to start the week. NASDAQ closing up 2.6 on Monday. Futures pointing up a little bit higher this morning. The move follows the Reddit trader disruption, which saw the market log the worst week since October. New analysts appear to be on the horizon as the last. New catalyst appears to be on the horizon as the last of the FANG report earnings after today's closing bell. FANG meaning Facebook, Amazon, Alphabet or Google, Netflix, I think is that, and G is which one is G? I forgot. Well, anyway, the FANG stands for those big tech companies. Google, Google, and then Amazon, Google, Apple. That's the other A, right? Apple. Got it. Took me a second there. I put Amazon with the first A, but it wasn't. It was Google. It was the last G. Okay, whatever. Amazon, Apple, Google, Netflix, and Facebook. We're working this little 10 area again. If it's giving you a chance to take a little bit off or scratch it, again, choices you have to make as it's trying to turn over here a little bit. Okay, finally giving us a little bit of rotation here to make up some of this 04 stuff that we got caught on there a little. Google, supported by a recovery in digital ad spending during the holiday season, the tech giant is likely to top $50 billion in sales in the fourth quarter. Other areas of Alphabet's business have also growing strongly, including Alphabet's cloud business, search, and YouTube. While these are all positive signals, analysts are also will be listening closely to commentary on policy development. Google recently removed Parler from Play Store, and it will have to deal with the upcoming privacy changes being instituted by Apple. All right, so nice little turnover here off of our 10 area. Had to work it there a little bit, but it did finally turn over here a bit. Support would probably be around the 98 area. So Google, I guess, is supposed to let out their earnings just later on after the close. Amazon accelerating shift to online shopping will bolster results, especially over Prime Day and the holiday shopping season. The e-commerce behemoth is set to report the first ever quarter doing more than 100 billion in revenues, bringing full year 2020 revenues to an astounding 379 billion. With an additional support from AWS Powerhouse. Also, be on the lookout for some major expenses. Amazon has earmarked more than capital for worker safety during the pandemic and pledged to pour more money back into the company to sustain its growth rate. All right, we are going to reprint the levels in our in the chat box area for those of you who missed our support and resistance levels. Those are levels we kind of use as a guide once the market paints some bars, and we use price action activity to give us some opportunities to trade. We kind of went through our 04 really fast and then came up here to the 10, and we had to work the 10 here a little bit, but we got a nice rotation there off of the 10. Now we're just kind of floating back a little bit to the downside. Support initially would be at 04, but better support down at the 98 area. Volatility in financial markets is having Robinhood shore up its finances. The brokerage has tapped investors for $3.4 billion in cash over the past few days, a significant amount of money for a firm that's valued at $12 billion just a few months ago. What's cash for? Robinhood CEO detailed at 3 a.m. Call last week from its clearinghouse that asked the brokerage to put up a staggering $3 billion. That's the margin call that we talked about. That was obviously nerve-wracking, he told Elon Musk during an interview on audio platform Clubhouse. Eventually, the company was able to lower the bill to $700 million after putting limitations on certain stocks. Despite all of this, the company realized it was in desperate need of cash in case similar things happened in the future. So it went to existing investors like Rabbit, Sequoia Index Ventures, and some other capital firm to ask them for more money. David Portnoy is still trolling Vlad on Twitter after the latter said that the company did not have liquidity a problem. Vlad says that the move was done preemptively. Again, it's just all they had to do is a margin call. That's why they had to shut things down. Raising $3.4 billion in a matter of days may be a bullish signal for investors in the free trade app, but the debt does not come for free. It structures as a convertible debt, which can be swapped for discounted shares when the company goes public. But those plans may be in the back burner right now. If Robinhood does eventually go public at a lower valuations, many are angry at the recent trading restrictions. Servicing the debt could be fairly expensive for the company. Existing investors, however, took look at the infusion as a chance to double down on the fastest growing financial tech companies in the world. Like I said, all they needed, they needed there's a margin call for them. But people don't get that, right? And they don't think the brokerage houses have margin calls, but they do. They do. So, I mean, if you explained it that way to them instead of yelling at people and saying, "Oh, you're not letting people trade freely," maybe people would have not, but that didn't make it for good TV. When you say, oh, they needed a margin call, that's why they had to shut it down. All right, market kind of drifting up here on these highs. Again, we were looking at the a 10 here that we got a nice rotation. We kind of ran through our 04 really fast and came up to got up to 11, really got the top end of our fills, and then came off. And like I said, just kind of probably made up some of the losses we had on the 04. And now we're just kind of drifting up here, trying to see what leg it wants to go next. So we're going to continue to go higher. The next level we have resistance is up at 16, or are we going to float back down to we get our pivot there at 98? Kind of could go either way here. So that's a good question. What's the significance of having a bond chart up there? Basically, the bond chart, we feel that bonds are a good indicator sometimes of what ES might do. Sometimes they lead, sometimes they're laggers. It used to be a better indicator of movement into equities. When the government wasn't so intertwined in the bond market, but because of all the government intervention with bond buying and all that stuff that they do, quantitative easing stuff, it's not so much. But because I traded in the bond market when I was trading on the floor, I feel like it should be up there. I think at the end of the day, the bond market is king, even though right now it's a secondary. It's probably not a king. It's not a queen either. It's not even that good. But hey, I can't take it down only because I traded in the pit when I was on there. So, but it's also, like I said, sometimes we do get a good indication of some inverse trade that happens with the ES and the bond market sometimes. All right, we continue to push up here. Next level of resistance we have is 16. Quickly hitting some stops. There were no numbers, so I don't know why this is happening right now. Probably somebody saying something. Quickly floating up here to the 16 area. Well, got right up to 15 and a half, but only 10 lots traded up there. So I don't know if anybody got any. If you got in at 15 there, you're getting paid off here. Again, depending on how you scale in. Everybody scales in differently. And we talked about that before. It's a nice rotation there if you did get in at the 15 area. Again, so be a little bit careful up there around the 16. If you didn't get in there at 15 and you had to 15 and a half, be a little bit careful. It's a lot more tenuous right now than it was a second ago when we got up there and ran up there. and just now we're trading off. I mean, that's a nice rotation. Unfortunately, if some of you had the half point above and below, you did not get filled. If you had the 16, obviously you didn't get filled. All right, so nice rotation there. If you did have the 15 area. Unfortunately, if you got in at 16 or scaled in a half a point above and below, again, with the volatility, it could go either way. You just do what's comfortable for you. That's the best advice I got. And if you missed it, that's okay. We'll have another chance to trade. If you got in there at 15, then you're doing okay with it. Again, everybody's a little bit different, right? Nobody trades the same way. Everybody scales in differently. If you don't scale, that's fine too. If you just had the 16 straight up, that's all right also. The name of the website that pumped up GameStop is Reddit, right? The same company that they asked for more money from. So Reddit is making money off of this GameStop situation that they basically got their people to buy all this stuff in the face of all these shorts. And then they had all this extra cash, so they were able to give some money to Robinhood to help them through their cash crunch. How does that work? How does that work? Like I said, it's one rich person trying to screw another rich person. That's all it was right there. It worked. Part of the trades are off of fading trades, support and resistance. There's others that we have when the market sets the opportunity up to be able to have a momentum trade. Also, we use price action opportunities that give us other support and resistance levels once the market paints some bars. So a combination of the levels, the price action, the momentum trades. We don't only fade trades, but we kind of have to let the market kind of dictate where our entry points will be for our momentum trades. So combination of all of those, and we that's where we find all our trades. So it's just not the levels that we give out are just one simple concept, one simple setup, but we have multiple opportunities there. If you're, I did say that we had support at the 04 area. If you were listening, the 04 area market went down to 4 and change there. If you maybe wanted to get longer and scaled in, maybe you got long around 4 or 5. So that was a little area of support. Again, that's all because the market paints somebody. That's a price action. So it's not only the levels that we give out. That's just the levels we give out are for those people who come in here for the first couple of times or listening and who want to just, that's the basics. Reddit is a group of traders that, they get together and they chit chat about stocks, and they go ahead and, buy the stocks or sell the stocks, whatever the situation may be, or find an excessive short to to try to mess with mess with somebody who has a big short. The problem, like I said, the problem with the shorts are this: is that they are shorting a company. These people who are these hedge funds are shorting companies. Again, the 16 here is a little bit tenuous, like I said, so be a little bit careful if you're going to take it. Probably, if you're more risk averse, you're looking at the 23 area. So the thing is with these shorts is that they short 140% of the total stock outstanding. So it becomes a little bit of a weird problem for them if the market rallies, and that's what happened. That's one regulation that has to be addressed. You can't have anybody short 140% of the total stocks outstanding. But again, I think because of what happened, that they will figure it out. So yeah, it's just a trading room that these online people get together and they decide what stocks they should invest in. And so that's what. And yeah, it is. Robinhood was the short. Reddit told their group of people to go short the stock, and so they went and shorted Robinhood. But I mean, think about it. To be able to short that much, besides the number of people that they reach, initially you have to have a lot of money to be able to get in there and jump in there and start to begin that move, right? It just doesn't happen because you have, 100,000 people buying $1 on one share of the stock. You need a large group of people to be able to put in the money to be able to do something like that. And initially, it has to start with somebody having a lot of money because it just doesn't happen. Are these the same people that are working as the silver market? Yeah, I think so. I think they're the ones who put out this call to let's short the silver market, or let's try to. They tried to do that a few years back, like I told you yesterday with the Hunt brothers. That didn't work out too good for them. If by the way, if you go watch Trading Places, and it's making a big comeback now because maybe people are understanding what's going on. If you go watch Trading Places, you'll see this scenario kind of play itself out, where the Hunt brothers were trying to corner the silver market, and it didn't work out too well for them. Turn the machines back on. So if you can replace the Hunt brothers with the it was orange juice. Okay. Oh yeah, Trading Places was orange juice, but I think it was based on the Hunt brothers trying to corner the silver market. Anyway, so so they're yelling. So if you can replace the Hunt brothers with the people that are out there shorting a stock, right, and they have no place to get out, and then they get stuck. So that Trading Places movie is making a comeback with people trying to understand. They maybe now understand what's happening in that movie. All right, because I mean, I enjoyed that movie. I think I don't think I was trading at the time, but then when I started trading, I understood it a little bit better. I don't remember. I think no, maybe I was. I don't remember, but that was a great movie. And then if you're a trader, which we all we are, it means a lot more, right? And numbers released when they were waiting for the number to be released, and then you saw the movement. So if you want to know why you don't trade numbers, go watch Trading Places. That's the best advice I can give you. That's what I should do, actually, is tell people you don't trade numbers, and I'll tell you why. Go watch Trading Places. You don't have to listen to me telling you not to trade a number. So yeah, so that's what all that stuff's about. So yeah, so now they're trying to do the same thing with silver. The movie should be funny. Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Not a bad idea. That's not true. The First of all, it's not some average Joes. Okay, let's not get carried away with that. There's no way that average Joes know that some hedge fund was is short that much. Okay, so most average Joes let's start at the beginning. Most average Joes did not know that the hedge fund was short. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing is that did they catch them with their pants down? No, most of these people who are shorting a company know the valuation of the company, right? I mean, the company is basically worth $20 a share, maybe less, right? If you look at their historical um, average for with their earnings per share. So it's not like these people are just going out there and shorting a company and watching them go down to zero. They still have to deal with the fact that they could be making money and they could lose money on the trade. But when you have uh, a, a rich person who understands that these people are over short and they had to start this rally someplace, and they're the ones who are getting in first, and then they go tell their clients or their customers or the average Joe, as you put it, so let's go all buy it and let's get them in trouble. And so it fed on it. The whole thing fed on each other, right? So yeah, when you have a run on a stock, or if you have a run on a bank, right? What's going to happen if you have a run on the banks? The banks will shut down until things calm down, settle up, because everybody put some fear into the situation. So the fear this time wasn't that the company was going to go broke. The fear was let's go screw around with whoever this hedge fund is, right? And the hedge fund, um, they did not. There were, I think, one hedge fund that lost, that had to liquidate their portfolio because of the situation. So they didn't get bailed out, as you put it either. They didn't rally to save that hedge funds. One of them did go out of business. The problem is not so much that they rallied to save the hedge funds. The problem is that the hedge funds, this is because the Fed has interest rates at such a low level that these hedge funds can go borrow money basically from the bank and cover their margin position, and they need to borrow billions of dollars. So some of them have enough liquidity to do that, and some of them don't. And the ones that didn't, I mean, they were overexposed basically, and so they were able. The ones who were overexposed couldn't go borrow money, and actually that one hedge fund did have to shut down. So no, I don't agree with the premise that it was an average Joe that caught the pros. The pros caught another pro that got the average Joes to be able to run in there and say, let's screw these guys up. And that's what happened. I mean, in my view, there's no way that an average Joe is able to understand that GameStop was, or one hedge fund or two hedge funds were short so much stock, and let's go screw them because they're all going to go to the exits at the same time. So, I mean, let's not get carried away by the understanding here that it was an average Joe who went and did the same thing to another person, to a hedge fund. That's what they're making you believe, that all these people are going in there and buying it. Yeah, well, that's after the fact. After the fact that they started it, somebody started it. So, and the fact that they don't, the fact that they had to shut down trading in it was only because they had to cover their margin. Like I said, they needed to get some more liquidity that the SEC, that the exchange requires them to have if they're going to be able to, have open exposure to one stock, because everybody was trading one stock. And they needed to make sure they could cover all the exposure, especially if the stock went down. And that's basically what happened there. I mean, that's and then again, that's another thing that the average Joe doesn't understand, is that they needed to get some capital to cover, to make sure that they can continue to trade it freely. Otherwise, what are you going to go trade it with a brokerage house that's not going to be able to cover your position at some point if you're making a whole bunch of money? and they had to make sure that they were able to cover people's positions if they made that money. So again, you're not. There's no average Joe that came in there to be able to screw one company. Okay, because there's a lot of companies out there that are in the same position, and not too many people know which ones they are. You don't know what to look at. You don't know how to analyze them. Why this company versus another, right? I mean, why? Why is it one rich person trying to get another rich person? Well, it's no average Joe that was trying to get in there. It just at the end, it follow the after effect sounds really good, right? It sounds really good, right? Oh yeah, free trade. Oh yeah. Everybody's going in there, jumping in there to try to screw the big guy. That's not that's. And so this Reddit, where did they get all this money to invest in Robinhood? Well, because they made all this money on the stock. I mean, these guys told people to go buy it after they probably were long already. And then when people, their average Joes are buying it online, they're getting out and making a whole bunch of money on the trade because they started this rumor. So, I mean, it's a nasty game that they're playing. That's all I can say. But making it sound like it's like the average Joe is making it happen. It's just not happening. I hate to tell you. Anybody been trading for a long time? It's not. It ain't that clear that the average Joe got in there and started buying a stock and screwed a hedge fund. Give me a break. That's not that's the story that they're telling you, but it ain't the story that's happening. Well, to make long and short of it, nobody understands that. Nobody really understands how that's going on that's happening. But I mean, you cannot start what they did by just saying, let's go out there and buy it without somebody who had a lot of money. Yeah, the good guys, like you said, maybe they're the ones that, are trying to, I would say that that's probably true, that one of these guys are making a goo gobs of money on telling their average Joe clients to go in there and buy it. Just saying. Look, there's a problem with that too. Like I said, the problem with this, the concept here is that you cannot short 140% of the total outstanding shares of a company. All right, that's another problem. That has to be addressed. Because that doesn't make any sense. When I heard that has to be addressed too. So. Well, again, who would have thought that a fund would? So first of all, it's never happened before, right? That you had the average Joe go in and buy it and screw the fund managers or holders. Did they average? Did you ever think that in the normal course of trade that a $20 stock would be at 400? That doesn't make sense, right? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense that they would do that. But, because of what's going on behind the scenes, that's what happens. So who in the right mind would comprehend that a $20 stock would be at $400? Okay, so it's hard to sit there and say the hedge fund should have thought about it when they took their position. That's what you gotta consider. It's like it's such a anomaly, all right. But now that it's happened once, it could happen with other stocks. Which is, again, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? It's not the worst thing in the world that it happened, and now you can go out there and make sure that you take precautions, so in case this happens again, that you don't get screwed on this stuff. But again, it's like I said, it is definitely something that hedge funds have to think about, and the banks now, or the brokerage houses, Maybe it will require more upfront money for them to short it, right? So you're going to have to change the rules somehow, some way. But again, how do you figure how much more money do you ask for a short when a company that's trading it should be trading at 20, even let's say 40%, $40 a share on the high end, which is never traded in 2 years, right? How much more extra capital do you ask from a company? 10 times more you're short? Hey, it could happen. And that would limit your short positions on companies. Look, they're going to come up with some kind of regulation to kind of make sure this doesn't happen again. Right. So it's just I think what they'll end up doing is just have these companies who want to short stock, will tell them, hey, put up more margin, a higher percentage. Well, that's the interesting thing. If a hedge fund is shorting 140% of outstanding stock of a company who's doing the buying that squeezed them out, well, that's the interesting thing, right? First of all, they have to know that these hedge funds were short 140%, right? So there was somebody did some analysis on finding out that situation. Somebody also thought that, hey, look, if we start buying it at a certain price, and we get the price above a certain level, then there's going to be a little bit of a problem for these companies. And then they have an audience where people had this Reddit, right? The Reddit is a company that has these stock groups that they talk about different stocks that they should buy or get in, get out. And all of a sudden they said, we have this like buy recommendation on this GameStop. So they told their minions, which I don't know, 100,000 people in there, to go in there and buy it. So when a company, you also are finding a company that trades maybe 10 or 20,000 a day, right? Because nobody even heard of this. I mean, you know the company, but they're not making money, right? But if you find a stock that's trading very small, light volume every day, that is low valuation, that has an over leveraged short position or under leveraged short position, and you tell 100,000 people to go and buy, even if they go buy one share, right? When the stock is trading only 10,000 shares or 20,000 shares a day, all of a sudden they have 100,000, a million shares a day. You get this, you're going to have the market move, because the specialists who are trading the stock don't have the ability to. All of a sudden, it's like a huge amount of volume comes into this one stock, and they're not used to it. So then it becomes a little bit of a problem, right? Especially if all the entry points into this recommendation was to buy. Now it becomes to the point, well, who's going to sell, right? Especially because they all of a sudden there's no volume there. All of a sudden you're having this huge volume, and now the whole thing is gets out of hand. So one thing feeds on the other. It's an ingenious idea. It really is. If you have enough people who are going to listen to you, and who would go and buy or sell on your recommendation. Well, I mean, pump and dump. I know, again, first of all, it's not illegal if you put it out there in public, all right? So well, here's the other problem with that, Don, is that the volume in the S&Ps is huge, right? You could trade on a busy day 4 million contracts. So if somebody wanted to trade 100,000 contracts, if you're trading it on a busy day, it's going to get swallowed up and I'm sure there's a couple of people who are trading that much on a busy day. It's going to be swallowed up with the rest of the volume, right? So you're not. It's not the problem with this GameStop is that there wasn't enough volatility in that market because there wasn't enough. There's not enough people trading it. Basically, that's all it is. There's not enough people trading that stock. So when you're trading 100,000 contracts, that's a lot for that company. That's the problem with you saying if somebody wanted to trade that, you're comparing. You have to compare apples and apples, right? That's the problem. That's not happening when there's not enough. There's not enough volume and volatility, and like I said, that's what they picked. They picked on a small company that doesn't trade a lot, and they were able to take advantage of that situation. Because of the low volume in that company was basically, when you have a run on a company that there's no volume on, it becomes a little bit of a problem. Yes, that's Glenn. That's true. That's exactly what happened there. As we're talking, we've come up here to the 23. Got up here to 20, 27. Again, hitting the stops up here. Nice little continuation rally over the last couple of days. Could have gotten long or short anywhere. Maybe you could have, as we were talking, maybe you could have bought the 16 area if you were a little aggressive there. But again, it's hard to buy this thing when they're just not giving us any rotations one way or the other. So we just have to be a little bit patient here. But too much volatility here to the upside. You got to be a little bit careful. Everybody's just buying it all back, just like they all sold it back the other day. Who knew that you have to buy dips, right? That's been going on forever, buying those dips. So market is up here again, working, got up all the way to 27, just kind of hanging here a little bit. If you got stopped out, I get it. Again, rally markets are not our favorite. We said we have a problem with the 16 because of the way it traded, and that got through there really fast, so we didn't really get hurt there. Suggested that we get out of that 16 level as the market continues to push forward here. Next level we have here is the 31 area. Very strong little market here. Again, you're hitting some stops. Surprising, I guess. I don't know. Maybe there's some good news as far as what's going on with the stimulus deal that they're talking out of Washington. Again, all this stuff comes back to us a little bit quietly. We're not privy to that information. And we have to deal with that when it comes out. So, yeah, can we have the levels printed up again for us? There they are. Yeah, we have above 31 here. We've got 38, 44, 52. So above the 31, we got 38, 44, 52. Very, very choppy, very, very strong last couple of days, right? It's been like, actually started Friday late afternoon, and I continued right in here right now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, just keep your stop in there. Like I said, not our favorite trade. This up one-way trade. I mean, every time, any methodology that's out there is going to have one. When the market reacts a certain way, it's not going to be in their favor. Just because they're looking for something, and other methodologies love this kind of trade. It's one-way trade, doesn't pull back. It's not our favorite. It's not what we try to do, because most of the time we do have ebbs and flows, and we do take advantage of those when they present themselves, the opportunity to present themselves. But today it just seems like, at least for the time being, it's more one-way trade. Doesn't mean it's going to be that way all day. Those are the revised levels in the chat box area with the added upside resistance areas, in case we continue to. Every time I do that, it seems to be that I usually call that's usually the top or the bottom. I've had to do that both ways the last few days, right? Add more to the downside, add more to the upside. Whatever the case is, just make sure you keep your stop in there, and that way we don't get hurt too bad when this is. We're going to get trade back our way. It's just a matter of being patient for the day. Maybe today might not be the day, but we'll deal with it the best we can. So it's coming up here, trying to, I don't know if it wants to turn over, because who knows, but just kind of hanging up here. So we got off on a tangent about talking about this again. It's one of those things that I feel that it's a one-sided story, because somebody's got the ability to talk about it one way and make people believe that they don't tell you the other side of the story, which is, again, I'm a cynical guy anyway, especially when it comes to people understanding markets. People just don't get them sometimes, and again, most people don't understand how markets trade. Futures market or not, doesn't matter. And you cannot start that move in that market in the way they are talking about, without some big money behind it. In my view, I could be wrong. I might not have any idea what I'm talking about. All right, so we're just kind of hanging here now. Not our favorite day today, that's for sure. But then again, it's not always going to be our favorite day. Well, right now, I would say that our support level would be back at the 16 area. I would not, if you're a little aggressive, you want to buy this area here, maybe you could, but, we've had, I would look for a little bit of a pullback before I jump into any longs. I'd be patient. We haven't, we kind of been wrong, so we can't, we're not jumping in here at any moment in time just to try to figure out what is going on, besides the fact that it's a very strong market. And so for us to are looking for our next trade, and considering we're not getting any rotations to the downside, if you're a little aggressive, I think the first buy area would be around 20, but I look at the 16 area, and if I would look to get long. Otherwise, up here, up here, I got no opinion, because it could easily drop back down to 16. If you're trying to stay short, I get it. But you're taking a lot of heat, obviously. Right, so it's not really what we like to do. So since we got stopped out of our stuff, I'm not chasing the market, so I'm not I would just look down. Downside support would be back at the 16 area and just kind of wait for that. That's my thing right here because I'm not buying it up here. Yeah, I could be wrong, right? I mean, could have been buying it all the way up here and could have been making money. So, just not the way I like to trade. And I just wait for my support level to get triggered. If it does, fine. I mean, I did have a support level at 04. We got down to 4 and change. So that was one buy area after it made that high at 10. Um, that's basically it as far as what buying area would, and then maybe the 16 area if you were a little aggressive. Hey, Hilmar, how are you? How you doing? What a day! Yeah, well, continuing. It's more rally. It's more rally. Every day's a rally. After we break, you got to rally. Seems like that is the scenario here. It doesn't seem like we're gonna, again, somebody asked me at the beginning of the week, uh, do you think the market is a good trading opportunities when the market goes down? Hell yeah. Traders like markets going down. These rally markets are tough to trade. All right, so if you did get short there, if you tried to stay short there, if you got short there when the volume went up again, the could have made a case, hung around the 27, 28 area there if you didn't get out. Just because of the price action, could have maybe gotten short there. If you didn't get out, maybe added a little bit to that trade. Otherwise, if you did get out, now you're fine. You're just waiting. 31 on next level above. And right now, support would be back around the 16 area if I'm going to find an area to be support. Market's kind of just doing its own thing right now. And you knew this little break was going to happen at some point. It's just a matter of how much, how long you wanted to hang in there with it. A little bit of selling came in there. Of course, it stopped at 18, started going down to 16 and coming back up. It's kind of day we're having. But hey, stuff happens. You flying these days, Hilmar? All right, we're just kind of chopping around here a little bit. Oh, nice. Oh, I'm sure, but it should be picking up, don't you think? Hopefully. Yeah, I think so too. Hopefully, with the vaccine getting distributed more, people, a less number of uh, people getting sick. Uh, hopefully things turn a bit. We're hoping. Everybody's hoping. Uh, do I have any time of day trades that I like to look at? I don't. I don't usually. A couple of my traders do have do look at that, and they kind of shared with me a little bit, but I don't. I'm not kind of waiting for any. I mean, I do. We look at the when numbers are going to be released, and that could affect the market. Sometimes there's a 9 o'clock number. Usually they wait for that to come out, and then something will happen. When there's no number that comes out, sometimes you do get you wait till 9 or 9:30, then something happens. But I just think that's I don't think that happens on a consistent basis for me to look at. Maybe it does. I mean, maybe some people look at it that way, but I'm not. I'm not in that ballpark to sit there and wait for a specific moment in time before I think I'm going to jump in. Every time I get to that point, I'm going to think to myself, all right, it's going to reverse or something, and then it doesn't, and then I just kind of let the market kind of dictate what I'm going to do next. So, but I'm not going to take it away from you if some people have that or look at it or consider it as a one of their tools in their trading box, then stick with it. I just don't have that tool in my trading box to focus in on, because I've been around that. I know that trading can happen at any moment for various reasons, and maybe time of day is one of them. I don't want to lean on it, so I don't look at it that way. I don't know if that makes any sense. But a couple of my traders always give me they got to wait till 9:30 for it to rally or something like that. I've seen that before. You know, so good morning, Padro. How are you? We are trading mini S&Ps here, looking to take advantage of futures. I don't know if you've traded futures before, but we're trading equity futures. We're looking for levels that we trade that would take advantage of ebbs and flows. Oh, good. So we put together a trading methodology that allows us to take advantage of trading opportunities the market presents us. So we're looking 4 or 5 trades in the course of a day. We use our levels that we gave out early this morning. If somebody can punch in the levels in the chat box area. These are levels that we used kind of a guide for us to trade as the day goes on. Some of these opportunities are the levels of resistance and support. Some of them worked out really well, some of them didn't. Point is, we have a stop in there no matter what, and to try to take advantage of the opportunities when the market present themselves. That's what we're trying to do here on an everyday basis. So we have a good group of people together trading in this trading room. That's what we like to talk about, certain concepts and ideas that people throw at us and talk to us about, and we kind of share sometimes if it's decent enough to talk about. If not, that's okay. We trade about trading markets, so we can talk about anything else. But this is a little trading group that we got into that I put together because I got bored in my office staring at the four walls and not being able to talk to anybody. Considering I started trading on the floor of the exchange, and I had always had people around me. Yeah, that's true. Just talk to those people who traded GameStop, right? Look what they did. But unfortunately for us, we don't have the ability to trade that many contracts of the market. This market is too big. But then again, look what happened to games. They trade like millions now a day on shares. So it's kind of goofy. Anyway, stop talking about them. I solved the talking problem only because I forced myself to. What are you telling me that I talk too much now? Today only, anyway.
Saul's waiting for the trading doctor.
Oh boy.
Am I on?
Yeah, we can hear you. What, you want people to actually recognize your voice and that say that you're here? Because maybe they're putting on the mute button right now.
Oh, come on.
No.
Everybody wants to hear the doctor of trading distress.
Oh boy. Okay.
Saul doesn't know that I have a cult following that started yesterday at around this time.
Yeah, what do you got? 1, 2 people?
Hey. And we almost had Dan. Dan was in.
Know what happened? Then he was out.
Then he was out.
Yeah. Yeah, they were rooting for him.
They were. They had the countdown. We had the music. We had Il
Yeah.
Vivo playing.
Seriously, stop with the music. Stop.
Music is great.
Oh boy.
I don't know if anybody could hear it though, because it was up on the shelf. I might have to bring it down into a more.
No. Just
more,
no. Just no. Just let's not get carried away. Let's not get carried away here.
Hey, Hilmar, how are you? So yesterday we had a visit from the trade doctor. He was very insightful and helpful, and he was certainly touting Saul's amazing tradecraft when it comes to his trading. So what we do at this time of the day is we try to make sure everybody knows what we do here and what the opportunity is based on Saul's services. We do this on a daily basis. So we start here at 9 a.m. We open up Zoom. We have individuals that are coming in here on a daily basis as part of Saul's monthly. This is a service, just so you know. We have guests coming in, welcome guests. We have individuals that are part of Saul's monthly. And then we have those that have moved from Saul's monthly into a private training opportunity with Saul on a personal level, a mentoring opportunity. So if you have interest in any of those, raise your hand and I'll send you out the information first on the opportunity to be here on a monthly basis, and you can come and go as you please. The focus, as Saul was talking about all morning, is doing 2, 3, 4, 5 trades based on a tried and true and very old price action trading methodology. Saul has been honing that methodology for the last 25 years or so on the CME Group trading floor in Chicago. Right now, because of the pandemic, we're connecting to him. Let's see, where are we connecting to Saul? We're connecting to Saul in his palatial trading cave. He is set up in his trading room. Maybe I'll call it a trading room. He's set up in his trading room and he is trading himself. He is at risk trading the S&P 500 E-mini for his own trading account based on his 25 years of experience and his application of his price action trading strategy, the one that he is showcasing here. As a service, this service provides the opportunity for you to be part of it. It provides you the opportunity to receive Saul's proprietary scalping levels. So if you haven't received them, send us a text message and we will repeat them for you or post them for you. Starts out with a pivot and other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. I'm going to give out the levels so you have them. Right now we have the pivot at 37.98, 37.98, support at 91, 82, 76, 67, and 60, and resistance at 04, 10, 16, 23, 31, 38, 44, and 52. Now, from a service point of view, there are traders out there that just want Sol's levels, and they pay him a monthly rate to be able to come in and receive those levels on a daily basis. So that's deliverable number one based on these services, are Sol's key proprietary. What do I mean by proprietary? They're his levels. These are sought after levels. Traders on the trading floor in the trading pits in Chicago love and still love Sol's levels. Deliverable number two is the commentary in and around Sol's levels. The trade action and Sol's commentary in and around those levels is deliverable number two. Deliverable number three is because you become part of the family, you can ask questions and interact with Sol based on the trade and other and other obviously other topics because we have the new trade doctor coming in. The opportunity to be able to ask questions and interact about your trading and how to get better at it. So you've got the opportunity to receive Sol's levels, load them into your software, see how the market behaves at those levels. You have Sol's commentary as the market gets to those levels, whether it's around his pivot or his other levels. His general commentary about the market and the trade action. Obviously, this is about making money and focusing on the opportunity to make money. And then you have the ability to ask questions and interact with him. Anybody that's part of Sol's monthly has the opportunity to have a private trade consultation about where you are in your trading and where you'd like to be and get the most out of the services. Sol does have a private class for individuals that want to hook up with him directly and be taught by him on a personal level. And that's also an opportunity for you based on these services. Hey, Doug M., welcome. So that's what we do here every day. So your opportunity is to sign up for Sol's services. Stick around as a guest, get to understand what this is, then take the next step and sign up for the services, sign up for his monthly, and then be part of the family, and then go from there. So hopefully that is going to help you based on understanding what this service is and what the opportunities are. If you're joining us on the outside, join us on the inside. Click on the link and come right in. Join us live in Zoom. This opportunity is on. Generally, Sol has his room and Zoom open all day, but the commentary, the interaction, the market action, the market play is the morning session. So we start here, at 9 a.m. Sol steps in around 9:30, which is the bell. He sets his levels on his screens. He gives them out to everybody on audio, so you have them. So you can ask for a repeat. They post them in the chat area, so you can always look for that. If you come in and you see a blank chat area, it's just because you're new and and the chat hasn't caught up to you. So you can always ask for a repeat. Write them down on your trading pad. These are the key levels that Sol is utilizing in his own trading for this morning's trade. So if you need a repeat again, let us know. If you would like to be part of this service and you'd like to, in my humble opinion, have an advantage over other traders based on being part of this service, then raise your hand. There's a hand raising thing. Raise it and I will chat out to you the opportunity to sign up. And then if you want to follow up after that, that's great. So that's the first level of opportunity here. after being a guest. The doctor of trading distress recommends Sol as a opportunity to start in your trading, and also for experienced traders that really want to. So new traders develop consistent profitability. That's the goal here based on these teachings and opportunities. Experienced traders, same thing. If you're looking to be able to develop consistent profitability, raise your contract size, and have a bang up trading business, the doctor recommends Sol Shaul's trading room. If you like what we're doing here, tell your friends. Um, Dan did not come back. I just want to let you know. Dan is anonymous, of course, but he did not come back. When he comes back, I expect him to come back sometime mid morning. When he comes back, we'll try to make him feel good and cheer him on and help him find his wallet. So I will give back the programming to Saul. If anybody has any questions, don't hesitate to ask him. The doctor is going back and having a cocktail, and I'll be glad to stop in at any time. Well, Kurt, I got my hand slapped from the big guy over the music. I think I'm gonna have to, find some pop tunes for him. I don't think Il Divo was doing it for him. Maybe actually, you know what I should play in honor, and I think I might try to dig this up. And don't be surprised if you hear it at some time. Is for the Tony Bennett, for that wonderful Tony Bennett that has announced that he is suffering from Alzheimer's, and it was announced yesterday. And Tony Bennett is one of the all-time greats. He's still one of the all-time greats, but I think his music would certainly accompany or could accompany the doctor of trading distress as he comes to you from his undisclosed location under the brick and steel of a major government building. And I see across from me is Dick Cheney. So I'll be back.
Boy, I think he's lost it. I do.
This
I
is
think
the famous Tony Bennett coming at you.
I think the snow has gotten to your head a little. You haven't
You know,
been
it's
out of the
funny. I
house
didn't
for a
think
few days.
I was setting up the tracks, and I didn't realize that the mic was still on.
Hmm.
I X'd the other track out because I didn't think it was appropriate for today.
Hmm.
But anyway, so as long as you're back, I was just filling in the time
Oh,
until
I'm trying to save everybody.
until the price action wonder came back.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So we can see here we had 16 area there. It got down to 17 and change. It's where we have a little support. Seems to be kind of hanging up here a little bit. Um, Again, we kind of wait for the price action, kind of dictate what we're going to do. And yeah, again, it's just kind of just hanging up here between this 24 and 18 area, 17 area. For the time being, I think if we get above 25, 26, I think we might have a rally up to the highs, retest the highs, and possibly maybe even go up to the 31 area, which is next level. Now, the fact that we got up here to 29, the 31 area is a little bit more tenuous than it was. We gave you levels above the 31. We gave you 38, 44, and 52. In case we continue to have this strong rally over the last 2 days. Again, we're not trying to guess where the market's going. We have legitimate reasons why those levels are resistance. Obviously, the momentum of the markets takes us through some of those levels, and we have to accept it for today that they're not so much resistance as they are kind of just being what they're doing. They're just a little bit more strength today than there usually is, and we have to accept it as not our perfect kind of day, but it is what it is, you know. So we have to take the good with the bad here. Today's not our best day, not the worst, but not our best. We had a reason not to trade 16, got up to 23, kind of went above it a little bit, depending on how much risk you're taking, and then finally rotated to the downside after 10, 15 minutes. And then came back down here. We had support at 16, I suggested, went down to 18 and change, and then came back up. And now we're just kind of hanging here. I think we get above 25, 26, we might go on an attempt to push up to those highs, 29, and possibly even to try to get to 31. So a little momentum trade there if you're a little aggressive. Still support would still be around the 16 area if you're looking for a dip back down to buy it. Otherwise, just be patient. And this is what the price action is telling us, at least telling me. And we just kind of wait for our parameters to get triggered before we jump in. Obviously, the levels, again, we have to work them today. They weren't as clear cut as they have been in the last few days. Last few days, things have worked out a lot simpler. Not today as much. We had to work today. All right, a little bit bullish here. Looking for a push up to the highs there, maybe even to 31 is the goal. So once we got above this 25, 26 area, looking for a push higher. And so we're kind of getting here. So a little bit of a buy there, like I said, and a nice rotation up here. You got to take some profits too along the way here. Our target is a 31, but definitely if you got a couple of contracts or multiple contracts, you definitely have to take some contracts off the take some profits along the way. And not all the cases. It depends on the price action. If the old resistance becomes support, I wouldn't say that's not necessarily true, but also and not. If you can verify the price action with, if you can verify that old resistance with some price action support, then yeah, becomes that's true. So sometimes is, sometimes not. But if we can, in this situation, the 20, we had 23. The 23 didn't really work out too well. Support, it got down to the 17 to 18 area. So we were looking at 16 as support, which could have been, that's true, but not always the case. It all depends on how the price action was at that old resistance before we can say it becomes good support. Again, we are trying to keep you along here. We don't only fade trades as somebody suggested. We also try to get momentum opportunities, but we wait for the price action to kind of dictate those opportunities when to enter them. So this is one situation here where we were trying to keep you along, looking for a push up to the 31 area. If you did buy, you got to take some profits along the way as well. If you bought them above the 25, you got 3 points on the trade. Like I said, you almost have to take some profits along the way here to secure the trade. If you're trading multiple contracts, you don't want to have the trade go negative on you when you had a good profit in it. So the way we handle that is to, if you're trading multiple contracts, to take some off and then kind of hold the rest for the rotation to the upside, especially since it's trading kind of slowish like this, and especially now that it's not the morning trade anymore, so the volatility is a little bit sucked out of the market. 2 to 3 point stops, 4 points depending on volatility, with the same amount of profit target minimally. But like I said, sometimes we can try to eke out a little bit more than 3-4 points on the trade if we get into the situation the right way. Sometimes we bounce very quickly off of our levels and it gives us good 7-8 points. Sometimes we buy this move here and we can watch the rotation go up and slowly suck out a little bit more. And then 3 or 4 points. In this situation, we're up here quickly. So we got a nice, if you bought them at 25, looking for the 31, you got a nice rotation up here and taking a little bit more. Then again, the goals are different based on on the volatility and the time of day, and also how many contracts you trade. That also kind of is part of the discussion too. So at least we, yeah. Do you show your trades? I've been talking about buying the 25s the whole time. I mean, if you don't know that we're long here, I don't know, kind of talking about it. It's kind of the same as showing my trades here. It's okay. No, you don't have to apologize. Everybody wants to show my trades, but I'm talking about it as I'm trading. It's not like I'm not telling you what's going on. All right, so we did come up here to the 29. You have to respect the 29 area, even though we were trying to get up to 31 because of that previous high. We're still, our goal ultimately is to get up to the 31 with these longs. That'd be a nice rotation up here. Yeah, nice opportunity. Again, we had to wait for the price action to kind of dictate the opportunity. You know, somebody is telling me that that we only fade the market. Not necessarily true. We have to wait for the price action to help us find the opportunities to have momentum trades. And again, we are all dependent on what the market tells us as we quickly come up here to our 31 area. So we reached our goal here. And again, we scale in. So 30 and a half here is our entry point against our 31 area. And should have been able to give you to get in there. If you had your order in there, you should have gotten filled. And now, so it's a nice rotation up here, trying to keep you along to this level. And hopefully you were able to buy them down there. It only took 10 minutes, not a big deal. So nice trade there if you did partake in the opportunity. And if you're short here against the 31 area, I get it. Trying to get a little bit of rotation here. Oh, nice little rotation there off of that level. Very nice. All right, so even if you got long there, looking to the 31, or if you got short there, if anybody wants to know what I was doing, that's what I was doing. I was talking you through my trades. And we got short against the 31 area there. Remember, we scale into a position. 30 and a half got triggered, and you got filled up there because 300 traded up there. So if you got your order in there, even if you put it in at 30, you got filled. And we did drift back down to 28. So either way, whether you got, depending on how you scaled in around that 31, should have been able to take advantage of it. We either kept you long up here, or if you got short against it, make up for a couple of those other trades that we had in there that didn't work out too well. Again, anything that we do here is based on the work that we do with the price action opportunities that we have. Also, the opportunities are taught. We try to show you what to look for, how to anticipate them. Obviously, being patient and waiting for the opportunities to present themselves is important. But all those things taken into account help us with our price action opportunities and our trading methodology that we like to teach. So above the 31, we've got 38, 44, and then 52. Again, I never know which way these markets are going to go. Not my job to figure out direction. I mean, I wish I could have told you earlier in the day that we were going to rally off the morning. I would have been the first to tell you. And I hope if you knew that we were going to rally off the morning, that you would have told me too. But I didn't know. And so we just don't know. And, consequently, we just have to trade the ebbs and flows of the market. And that's what we were doing. We put a game plan together, and we're at the mercy of the price action, the market action. And that way we stay focused. Don't get carried away. We let the price action kind of dictate what we're going to do. And then we just took advantage of this little rally here. So we are not people who can tell you that it's going to rally 30 points off of the opening bell. If I knew that, I would have told you all. Believe me, I don't mind sharing information like that if I had it. And I hope you wouldn't mind either. If you've got some insight to what the markets are going to do, let me know. But I would never, it wouldn't be fair for me to tell you that I knew that the market was going to rally and it didn't, right? So anyway, that's the thing. It's like everybody can see a trend day here and they think, oh, did you buy it? Or vice versa. Yeah, it's like you don't know what's going to happen day to day. At least you don't know when we sit down here. So we have to take each day as it comes, each moment as it comes, and the opportunities when they present themselves to take advantage of it. And hopefully you're able to get long here above the 25. We're running up here to the 31 area. If you got short against our 31 area there, again, 30 and a half is minimally where we get in. 30, some of you got in at 30. We got a quick 2-point rotation off of that, back down to 28. So if you did get in, then you maybe you got long, got in short. Who knows if you were aggressive there and we're able to take advantage of both. And now, basically, if anything, if you want to stay long, you could. Anything below 26, you want to be out of any longs. If you're have a reason to stay long, or if you want to try to stay long, anything as long as we have a trailing stop, anything above below 26, you can stay long, and then we'll look for our next level above there at the 38. If you're still wanting to stay long, 38, 44, and 52 are the levels above here. Again, anything we do is taught, and if you are an experienced trader, we can definitely add to your arsenal of setups and ideas to focus in on. Everybody's got different ways of looking at the market, so I've learned from a lot of people. That's how you always stay fresh in the market. Always kind of keep learning new ideas. Yeah, there's a big order there. There's 1,000 lot at the 31 level. Don't worry, it's not me. I didn't put it in there to make you think that we have to stop there. That's not. I would have canceled it by now if it was me, because I already got filled there at 30 and a half. So no, it's not me. Stop it, Robert. Stop it, Robert. Don't suggest that. It's 1,000 lot. Somebody has 1,000 lot up there, sticking up there. What wants to get taken out, right? They're just sitting there. Come and get me. Somebody will take it out. Anyway, we do focus more on the morning hours to help us with our opportunities. There's good price action, good order flow. How do I see if you have a ladder ticket, you can see that there's 1,064 at 31. Yeah, there's an order sitting there at 31, 1,000 lot. The bids and the offers. Do you see the bids and the offers in your order book? There's 1,168 right now that's sitting there at 31. Well, you got because you're trading the micros. There's maybe you're trading the micros. There's 1,160 in the mini S&P. Yeah, that order is to sell. There's just like a sitting there, 1,000 lot just sitting there waiting to get taken out. Well, we got the short stops triggered at above the 25, at least. Yeah. We could, somebody. I mean, it could go a little bit higher. I mean, why not, right? Who knows? I have no idea. I think that we had those little short. They got higher once we got above the 25, like I said earlier. Those were those shorts that got triggered all the way up here. Now we could make another push up. Next level of resistance we have is a 38. Would I buy it here above the 31? No. I would have bought it. I would not have bought it up here. I'm not buying it up here. Like I said earlier, somebody said, where do you buy it? I got to wait till 16. Did we get down to 16? No, we got down to 17 and change. And then I said, all right, well, because of the price action, you want to buy it at 25. Well, now I got nothing up here. I wouldn't buy it up here. We might hit some stops, but we're not going to get. I don't think we're going to get enough of a momentum trade. But who knows? It can continue to go up. If you're trying to stay long, I suggested an exit strategy below 26. And that's the only place I would be long. And there, it got taken out, got a little bit of a push here. I knew somebody was going to take that one out. He probably had to put in an order to buy like 2,000 or something like that because it popped it up above a little bit more. There's always, there's an adage, and they'd used to come through in the bond pit where they used to say that the market always goes to the orders. Like that order was there, it was sitting there, it was ripe. Somebody was going to take it out. Somebody was going to take it out no matter what. Now, who's going to be right? That person who sold 1,000 lot, or the ones who tried to take them out and have the market rally a little? So we'll see. Like I said, I'm not buying it here. The only place I would have bought it is if you were trying to stay long at the 25 area and have a trailing stop. Yeah, I mean, somebody who sold to 31 was probably taking some profits, right? And that's probably definitely the case there. That he was targeting that level. He probably was accumulating some buys along the way. And just said, all right, that's why I'm going to take some profits. I don't think he's getting short there. Not when you're sitting there with that. I mean, he did not change it. I mean, he was there. Question now is that, was that person right as a target? Which kind of makes me happy that I had 31 on there. Or is it going to be a continuation? Well, the person who bought it could be either trying to force the market higher or was getting out of some shorts, right? Who knows? But definitely the person who sold them seems like he was taking some profits. I'm guessing. I don't know. But because he did not change it, and now because they thought they were going to rally, somebody suggested like a short cover rally with the stops. Well, guess what? That did not materialize. It just went up at 2 points and then broke down. And that's what's going on here. They all thought they were going to get that rally. That's why I said I would not buy it up here. And they thought they were going to get that rotation to the upside. Did not happen. And now they got caught long, and now we're trading down here a little. It's hard to say that you're going to go with the 31 with the 1,000 lot, and it's hard to say that you're going to fade it. It's hard to say that you're going to go, buy through. It's a very tough area to see one of these because you don't know how how it's going to react, because you don't know how the participants are going to participate with that kind of trade. They're all going to try to buy thinking, well, once we get hit, it's going to go through and we're going to get a follow through. And if they don't, then look what they're doing. They're all running to the exits at the same time. But it's also hard to say, I'm going to sell it too, because they could be right and they hit the stops and there are more stops up there. But we are really high up. False breakout. Yeah. I mean, obviously now it's easy to tell, but it's hard to tell before is what I'm trying to say. We just don't know. But we had that target. We had the 31 targeted, and either got long there, or if you got short against the 31, you're doing okay. one way or the other, hopefully you took advantage of this little trade up here at this upper level. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break now. We focus more on the morning hours anyway. The trade gets a little bit more, doesn't trade well technically as the volume gets sucked out of the market as the day goes on. So we focus more on the morning hours to give us our opportunities. Obviously, sometimes, we also, that minimizes our number of trades that we have to put on. Also, we don't like to over trade, that's for sure. All right, get back here in a bit.
We're coming into the noon hour here. For those that are joining us on the outside, look for the link and join us on the inside. Look for also pitiq.tv. That's pitiq.tv. That's our webpage. And click there and then click on that, and it will drop you right in for a registration for Zoom. Hey, Charlie, how are you? Hey, Charlie, let us know if you need a repeat of the levels today. Hey, Anupam, how are you? Burger. Hey, Chad B. Welcome back. Hey, Chris V. I think you signed up for Sal's monthly. Just let me know back in chat so I can note it. Hey, Don, Frank, Fred, Glenn. Hey, Glenn, thanks for the other day. Nice chat. Joel, KG. Hey, Kurt, Maureen. And Nicola, do you want me to send you out that link to sign up for Sal's monthly? Pedro, just let me know also. Welcome. I saw you came in new today. Hey, Peter, Robert B. Hey, Ron, I think you're signed up for Sal's monthly. Let me know. Hey, Loop, Timothy. So he had the pivot at 30. Now, he's made some adjustments based on the day. So, but the pivot was 37.98, 37.98. You had support at 91, 91, 82, 76. Chris, did you sign up for his monthly? I think I saw that you did. Just let me know. I was just reading quickly on the other screen. I'll look at it again. So 37.98 was the pivot, support at 91, 82, 76, 67, and 60. Resistance at 04, 10, 16, 23, and 31. You know, if anybody comes in, depending on your timing, just ask for a repeat. You can also ask Sol for just a quick overview about the market and what happened this morning, and a few words about going forward. Um, that's something that he will be glad to do for those that are part of his monthly. So, Chris, let me see what you wrote. I just have to go down to the bottom. So I'll send it out to you now. I think you would be. Here, I'll send it out to you now as a private chat, okay? Yeah, that's out to you now. Now, I'll look for you in the back end so I can authorize you so that you get all the benefit. Nicola, I sent it out to you. I know you were hoping to join us, so I'll send it out to you. Pedro, I'm going to send it out to you so you know what's going on here and what the opportunity is. This is for coming in every day or when you can over a month. Hey, Robert C., I think you are. Are you still part of that that offer we gave out, Robert C.? Just let me know. Ron, I think you are. Just let me know. Roop, I know you are. If you have any questions about Sol's mentoring or coursework, he's got some great discounts on that now. It's worth checking out if you want to. Hey, Robert, are you signed up for Sol's monthly? Let me send it out to you now so you get it. Let me know if you got that. And I'll authorize you in the background also. I think we're good. So, Pedro, let me know if you got that. Or Padro, let me know if you got that. Ron B, let me know if you're paying attention. If you're there. Hey, Andrew S. I forgot about you. You're at the top here. Let me send it out to you also. And let me know if you are or not. Andrew S. Now, I'll be in the background if anybody posts anything or needs me. Again, if you're coming on the outside, what I'll do is I will post. See if I can do that. I will post a link out to everybody so you have it. And hopefully we'll have the doctor of trading distress back for another visit. Yes, Chris. So remember, what are the deliverables for this thing? It solves proprietary scalping levels, his commentary in and around the trade based on those levels. His levels are a product that individuals pay for alone, and you're getting them in this service, and you're also getting Sol. Well, I'm not sure. I think it would be all the same, right? If you were interested in having Sol take you under his wing and teach you personally and privately, that's a opportunity for those that are part of Sol's monthly, and that's also a superb opportunity. This is for traders that are looking for better levels, so they can make money off better levels, right? And also the commentary in and around those levels, so that you can again have a better opportunity over other traders to make money. So it's really not that big of a stretch. The and the money's nominal. It's just out of respect, really. So PitIQ.tv is a website that just leads you right back here. But in some sense, you are receiving Sol's charts, right? That could be like a TV picture in Zoom. So the chat comes with the charts, and it comes with Sol based on his 25-year plus experience up against, in my humble opinion, the best traders in the world on the CME Group trading floor, the trading pits in Chicago. But that's just me. But yeah, you get all that. I should say, yes, my teacher would hit me with the ruler. And Andrew, I think just let me know back, Andrew S., if you're paying attention and you're tuned in. Ron B, the same. Ron, I believe you are signed up. I don't know if you hear anything in the background, but that is Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett and Bill Evans on the piano. And we were very sad to hear that Tony Bennett is suffering from, I don't know what stage Alzheimer's, but it's not good. You know if they announced it. So it stays at that rate and it rolls over at that rate. So that's a question also. And so just let me know when you're done so I can authorize you in the background. And that's for anybody, okay? So I'll be in the background. Let me know if you hear that. It's off now, but let me know if you hear the music at all. 'Cause I want to know what volume to keep it at so that it's in the background, not in the foreground. It's for my listening pleasure and sanity. Where's my partner in crime, Kurt G? So if you haven't made your money by this hour, let us know. We look to help you. Yeah, I know. Everything is sort of so weird with the pandemic that you can't. Like I'm missing a lot of things. I can't even go see my mother. She's 95 years old. Oh, we had the visit yesterday from the trading doctor, the doctor of trading distress. I hope everybody has made their money today and are done for the day and don't have any stress going into the afternoon or de-stress. And again, let us know how we can help you in your trading endeavor. And if anybody needs a repeat of Saul's levels for today, which are tailored to take stress off individuals so they have a roadmap and an opportunity zone or our various opportunity zones for this morning's trade so that they can execute their price action trading strategy, bank their money, and de stress for the rest of the day. Having earned their worth in trading the market. And again, if you haven't signed up for our service, our morning service, do so now while you have a chance. Raise your hand if you haven't received the information. We are here on a daily basis. We used to say live from the trading pits in Chicago, but now we are live in Chicago, live from Chicago. I happen to hail from New York. Looking out the window, there's a lot of snow today. It is a brisk January, February chill out there. February 2nd, Tuesday, 12:14. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing to be taken as direct trading advice. Should see a series of 3 charts in a separate chart window. If you need help with your charts, let us know. 2 time frames for the S&P 500 E-mini and a 30-year bond chart. You know, that's right. That's a very good question. So Saul looks to do 2, 3, 4, 5 trades in the morning session, and he looks to have banked his money so he can finish for the day. That's really the focus here, is to really concentrate on doing as few trades as possible to be done for the day. How does he accomplish that? And how can you accomplish that? Well, you can do it by setting these key levels into your software and start to really focus on the trade action around Saul's levels. And then as that movement starts to happen around a particular level, you'll be hearing Saul's commentary. You should be using price action simulation only, one contract against Saul's price action levels and the action around that price. And then just get better at it on a daily basis. Start to focus in on those levels and make them your own on a daily basis and go from there. So I'll be in the background if anybody needs me. If you have any questions, raise your hand and I'll be glad to address you. And then we can make sure you're set up properly for the price action trading zone. Hey, quick shout out and welcome to Mark S. Hey, Mark, welcome. Hey, Chris V, how did you make out? Just let me know back in chat. Hey, Dan. Hey, Roop. Hey, how are you? Dan, you're part of Sol's Monthly, right? Sometimes I get confused. Andrew S, let me know if you're back. Mark, I can give you a quick overview. Just let me know you're listening. So, did we save that link for you? I think you were one of the ones that said to save the link and that you do it today. Just sent it out to you so you have it. See if we can get that done for you. Mark S, just let me know in chat that you're tuned in. You can see our charts. Hey, Mark, welcome. For those that are joining us on the outside, join us on the inside. Hey, Kata, welcome. You should see a link. What I'll do is let me see if I can send it to you. I'm going to send you a link. It's going to go out to everybody on the outside. This will help you join us on the inside. Just let me know if you got it. If you have any questions. And Mark, I'll send it to you too so that you have it so you can understand and maybe give yourself a leg up here based on what we do here. We had a great morning. You know, our focus is the morning session. Keep clicking on the wrong thing here. Our focus is the morning session. Right now it's 1 p.m. Eastern time, which is the afternoon. So Andrew A, let me know if you're there. I shout out you a couple times. I'm sorry, Andrew S. Chris V, let me know how you made out. Dan, let me know when you're done so I can authorize you in the background. Pedro, let me know if you have any questions. Padro. Robert C, the same. And Robert, if you need me to send it to you again, let me know. So Mark, this is a service. Those that are joining us on the outside, this is a service. It's a daily service with the focus on really trading well or consistently profitable in the S&P 500 E-mini, which quite frankly is pretty tough to do. Your host, why you would stay here, you know, who are you paying attention to, who you're listening to, who is the host of this service. And the host of the service is Sal Shaul, who is a pretty seasoned trader. And we'll talk about that for a second. Sal is a very seasoned trader. He's been trading for over 25 years. He's been trading on the trading floor, the trading pits in Chicago. He has traded and continues to trade up against the best traders in the world, in my humble opinion. Those that were, you know, born in fire, I guess, trading in the trading pits. Really, you know, that was like the gladiator pits. If you could survive and make money in the gladiator pits, it's similar to me anyway, that when you're down on the trading floor with thousands of people screaming and yelling at each other and hand signaling each other, you know, based on the flows and the trading activity, you really do get forged in steel. Well, Dan, then we'll just lock that in, okay? And I understand Today is Tuesday, Friday is Friday, and we'll make some magic on Friday. How's that? And if you want to not stay, that's just perfectly fine. This is a volunteer um, capitalist system where this is a service, and we would love you to stay. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. There are a lot of places you can go on the internet to spend your days. Personally, I like to spend them here because it's about money and it's about a very concentrated effort based on a couple hours a day to bank your money and be able to go off and do something else. Now, that's the end game. To get to the end game takes work, takes effort, it takes a commitment. It also takes what I call the old Karate Kid stuff, which is the wax on and wax off part. Price action trading is been around forever. So the action of price and having proprietary scalping levels that you can witness because you're going to get them right around the cash open and can witness how the market behaves around them, um, as the morning progresses. So you're going to have a catbird seat to the action based on Sol's levels, and you can determine yourself if they're good levels or they're not good levels. So really, the opportunity here is to help you forge yourself into a consistently profitable trader with advantages to your trading, like Sol's proprietary scalping levels, Sol's commentary in and around those levels, the questions that you send Sol and he fields during the morning session about the trade, about the areas, about the market. So there's a real leg up for you as individuals being part of this world on a daily basis. And the world is Sol's world. We're only visiting in Sol's world, and I am part of that. We were laughing before because sometimes we get visits from the doctor of trading distress. Sometimes we get a little tune in of some old vintage music. You never know what's going to go on here in the afternoon because we've made our money during the morning session. Well, Pedro, I'm going to have to send it out to you now. So, Pedro, I'm going to send it out to you and then I'll authorize you in the background and you'd be in. Oh, just Pedro, you're beautiful. We love you. Welcome to the family. Pedro has stepped in from the outside into the inside zone of Sol Shaul and his price action trading. That's actually funny, Pedro, because that's right, because that is 2 points in the ES on one contract, right? And if you can nail that down, that's great. Hey, Chris, you've been in before, right? I think I've seen you. And Pedro, you're right. So I call it, is it Padro? It's Padro, right? If I slip up on that, my apologies. It's Peter. Well, I'm never going to remember that. So is Padro Peter? That probably makes sense to me. So Chris, I'll tell you what. If you come back in for any reason, then we'll go through the Chris. You got to pay. How's that? I'll look for you because I think that you really want to be here, and I think that so Pedro, Pierre, Pietro, Peter, all the same. How about if I just don't call you late for dinner? And Chris will do that. I think that that's fair for you, and I think that's fair for Saul. It's nominal anyway. I mean, it's like, in the grand scheme of things, it's so nominal. It's just really a sign of respect. I mean, I can almost get, and you could probably correct me if I'm wrong, but I think even today or the other day when you were in, or the day before that, maybe, you picked up something here that you didn't know. And I bet you it helped you in your trading. And Dan, absolutely. We'll circle around with you on Friday. And thank you. Yes. So it's 379, and I gave you a gift. So in other words, you're getting you're getting, what would we call it? We're giving you, and you're giving us. It's a two-way street. And it's a two-way street in everything, right? I think there's just too much free stuff on the internet that really does waste your time. Pedro, thank you. Peter, thank you. Pierre, thank you. I think I might have missed one. But the concept here is that, there's a lot of places that you can hang out on the internet, and this is probably a positive one. Well, I don't want to say probably. This is a positive one. And the concept of being able to put together a trading plan, make it your own, and then you can so you're the talent in your trading business, right? You're the one that's in charge. Based on what you know right now, and based on how you're doing in your trading, would you fire yourself? Would you look in the mirror and tell that person in the mirror, man or woman, you are fired because you just stink at trading? And or would you say to that person, you can do this, just get some help, man, and stop listening to yourself? And you have that opportunity here. Yeah, it's a very small cost of getting pointers in trading from somebody that is actually at risk. So it's interesting to me. So Robert C, let me know how we're making out. I think you sent us a email or some information, and I think that's something that we should try to discuss because I don't want to put you on the spot. Mark S, let me know if you have any questions about these services. So the deliverables are the morning session, daily basis, focus on the S&P 500 E-mini, key proprietary scalping levels from a 25-year trader. These are, in most cases, every once in a while they're close, are different than the ones that you get spoon-fed by your software or by calculation. And you can witness it yourself. We don't really tout them. We let you provide the feedback based on witnessing, which is coming in, getting them, seeing how the market behaves at those levels, and then starting to appreciate how good they are. You have to do that on your own. And then the concept of Saul's commentary in and around those levels, questions and answers, questions to Saul in and around those areas, during the trade. The idea of market temperament, momentum, follow through, personality is something that you can bounce off Saul based on his experience to help you, as it relates to what's happening in the market. Then there's the option to be able to be taught by him personally and privately in a mentoring environment, which is a opportunity that's provided to those that are part of Sal's family. So the first step is to sign up to be the part of the family. And stick around. You can cancel at any time. It's your option. And look to have a leg up when it comes to trading and scalping the market. So Andrew S, are you back? Let me know in chat. Um, Chris, let me know if that makes sense. I think it does, or it should, or it could. Mark S, that gives you a big overview. Pedro, thank you. Robert, let me know. Robert C. Ron, I think you're already signed up. Everybody else, I believe, is good. If I'm missing anybody, let me know because I want to make sure that you're in good shape. So, Chris, that's a very good question. So, Saul is a trader. Okay, so let me just tell you a little bit about Saul's history because it's important. Is that Saul started out as a younger fellow on the trading floor, the trading pits in Chicago. And as he relates the story, he had about 3 months to prove himself, or he had to come off the floor, go home, and get another job, whatever that might be. So he said he struggled in the beginning to make money. Now he's trading against traders that were making serious money down on the floor based on their craft and their experience. And he was the new guy on the block. So not only did he have to get along with them, he had to make money to be able to survive. And he had to make money from them because it's a zero sum game. For you to make money, people had to lose money. So you had to take money from other people based on your skill at trading. And that's the same thing that's here today. For you to make money trading, you're taking it from somebody else. Somebody doesn't have some of the advantages that are presented in this service. So let's talk about the levels. Is that while Saul was down there, he picked up on for himself that the market set levels that it revisited and made movement off of. So he learned to set his own levels. He learned that before there was screens. He learned that before there was people, walking around with computers or computer screens. He learned that because he had an innate ability to be able to remember. Now, this is talking about remembering key areas and key levels. He may he might have written them down on his trading card or his trading ticket or whatever he had in his hand while he was in the pit. But the point is that he developed a way of setting levels that were opportunities for him to make money off of. So in his course and his mentoring work, he teaches you how to set those levels so that you can do it on your own. And then he supports you in setting those levels because you have access to him on a daily basis so that you can learn how to do it on your own. And he can also give them to you as a teaching tool. So example is Saul gives out his levels, you know, uh, in voice in this service, and you can compare them to the levels that you're learning to do on a daily basis. So he did learn how to do this. It was called the CBOT, the Chicago Board of Trade, and he was in the bond pit with those 1,000 other people, screaming and yelling at each other for money, and taking the new people and turning them upside down and shaking the coin out of their pockets and then sending them on their way. I've been down there. I was down on that floor. I don't know if I was down in the CME. I might have been, but I was also down on the New York exchanges. It was the Comex and a couple other ones, like the ones you saw in trading places. So those were real. Those were dynamic, and they were, they used to call, you know, a mile around, maybe Well, you know how they call, like in Chicago, the uh, the billion. I think it was the $1 million mile, but it should be the $1 billion mile. But if you went out on a radius around Chicago, there was a certain radius of miles where they had more. Now you're talking about like the 60s, 70s, 80s, right? There were more millionaires around the pits in Chicago than they were anywhere else in America. And it might have been the world at the time. And he was part of it. I don't want to roll them all the way back to the 60s, but you're talking about the 80s anyway. I don't know what year he ended up on the floor, but you're talking about somebody who went down there as a young man and made it. And now he is sharing his expertise, if you will, his humanity, if you will, um, with other people. So that's why I say that the nominal fee that's charged for this service is really out of respect because you are getting information from him and other individuals in here that you wouldn't get trading alone at home. And if you hang out in some of these other places you can hang out on the internet, they're just wasting your time, effort, and money. And we don't have that long. You only go around once, they say. So you better learn how to make hay. And this is a pretty good opportunity to try to do that. And it's not for everybody. I mean, I know it because think about it. You're not alone. There are people that come into this service that come back after they've lost their money and say, I wish I had stayed. I wish I had started out in simulation and really worked on price action as a tool, to make money. I wish I had learned how to set sales levels, but I'm done. I'm out of my money. I'm out of my nest egg. I can't borrow anymore. I can't come up with anything to get a start again, or they have to go try to do it again. I've heard that scenario over and over, and I feel for them. So, that's just what it is. So people come and go all the time. I do work on trying to narrow a decision out of people. Trading is about decision making. Either you're in or you're out. And to spend that nominal amount of money to be in is really a test of whether people can make a decision. It's a nominal decision, and you'd be surprised at the people that can't make that decision. They've got all this money up in the market. They've got trading accounts that have, the margin required to trade, which is a significant amount of money. But when it comes to actually making a decision on where they're going to spend their day, they just can't make it. And I feel for those people. But we do get people that come back, after they've gone, they feel lost and they come back. Yeah, that's part of his course, Chris. Yes, he does. So when you become part of the family based on the nominal payment, the opportunity is to have a trading consultation, and then the opportunity, if you choose, to stay as a monthly, which is perfectly fine because you're getting some serious benefits just by being a monthly. And then, the next step is, do you want to have Saul take you under his wing and concentrate on you, teach you how he sets his levels, what to do with the levels, and then critique your trades? Today's trades, tomorrow's trades, which is a opportunity point for those individuals that want to learn how to trade as a living or as a serious hobby. And that's available to everybody that are part of Saul's monthly. There's some people that want to talk about that before they pay the monthly. And I laugh to myself, because if they can't pay the nominal fee for the to become part of the family and show some respect, then why would we spend any time introducing them to what Saul has to offer based on his course and his mentoring work? And that took some time to learn, for me, because there was an awful lot of people that wasted an awful lot of their time and my time because they were just digging for information. And, I learned to sort those situations out a little bit better for myself. I'm only a person. The best one that I've had come in is the doctor of trading distress, who is a very deep and sincere character that really delves deep into the mysteries of success in trading. And one of the things that he brings up from time to time is that individuals should know within a relatively short period of time, based on Saul's methodology, the price action trading methodology, whether they have the temperament for trading and whether they'll be profitable. Individuals talk about time. You're going to pick up pretty quickly on Saul's methodology. It takes a little time to work on being able to set the levels, but he's here to reinforce that. But it's the concept of being able to be tweaked, adjusted based on the trades that you are doing. And, trading is sort of an innate thing. So if you are, that's the wax on, wax off. If you are schooled in the price action trading and you can do them and then ask somebody who's doing them also, which is Saul, and he is teaching you, he can help you change the entries, the stop placement, help you with the right entries, help you with the right stop placement and the exit strategy on a particular trade. Now that's a trade that you have done. Even if it's in simulation with one contract, it doesn't matter because you're doing a trading technique or you're exercising a trading technique. So you're doing it not with real money, but you're understanding what happened at that level, where did I pick to go in, where did I place my stop, and what was my exit strategy. Now, Saul is looking for a 2 point plus exit strategy on his trades, profit target. He has a general 2 point stop, which is pretty tight, but it expands based on market action and activity and follow through. And I would bet you that his entry areas are different than the ones you pick right now. So for the serious individual, I equate it a little bit, and I think you've heard this before. It's like gambling. You can go and have fun gambling, and at the end of the day, no matter what you've lost, it doesn't matter because it's entertainment. But there are individuals on that floor in the gambling hall or in the casino that are there that take it seriously. They understand which game is good to play for the odds. They understand how to, usually blackjack or one of the other ones, and they understand the odds and they're there to be entertained, but also have a pretty good chance at taking some money home. And it's really from the other players around them, in this case, other traders, that you're taking your money from because they don't know or they're not skilled in the art of trading. And price action, we believe, gives you that advantage, with the help of, in this case, Saul. And again, there's no guarantee. Everything is all relative to, the world. If anybody promises you a guarantee that you make money in anything, starting a business, running a restaurant, franchise, whatever it is, if there's any guarantees attached, run, because life does not have guarantees. It takes focus, effort, and work, and it takes some luck. And a lot of times it takes somebody that has done it before so that you don't fall into all the pitfalls. I was just trying to get something done today on another matter, and I was looking up on Google the actual pitfalls of doing X, Y, and Z. And wouldn't you know it, it came up with all sorts of people's interpretations and suggestions and commentary on the pitfalls. And I learned something. And I learned something not to do, questions that I never would have asked. And a lot of that has to do with trading. You're standing on the shoulder of somebody that has already gone through it. Software selection, the right broker, order entry, um, how not to pay attention to standardized software as far as charts, indicators, crosses, time frames, and all that crazy stuff. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, so that's what we do. And Chris, no problem. We'll when we see you next time, we'll have you find your wallet. You got it. Thank you. So that's really marked as a question for Saul. I would say no on the first one, but he could correct me. And how he does his trades is he is looking at the so how could I explain this so it hits home? Now, there's a lot of flexibility in what goes on here when it comes to the trade, but the key point here is what would give you a trading advantage against other traders and help you focus on a couple trades to bank your money for the trading day. So, in other words, when we say do one trade and make money, or two trades and make money, or three trades and make money, as long as you made money and you can raise your contract size in the future once you develop consistent profitability. But how to get there, Sol is giving you a roadmap. Now, actually, I should put it this way: Sol is giving you his roadmap, the ones he's using in his trading, and he gives them out to you in audio, which consists of a pivot and other levels on top and bottom of that pivot. Now, I'm going to read out to you what the levels were for today because you just came in. And I think it's important for you to know how he gives, this is for everybody too, but how he gives his levels out and how you can focus on those levels as areas to put trades on so that you don't have to think about anything else. You just need to concentrate at these areas to the exclusion, okay, to the exclusion of all the other noise that is coming to you based on your charting and the VWAPs and all the other crazy stuff that's out there. What we're saying is spend some time here, join the family, get his levels on a daily basis, and see how the market behaves at his levels. Listen to his commentary, and then hopefully the light bulb goes off and says, I'm just going to do what this guy does. Teach me. I'm going to do what this guy does. I'm very happy with the levels he gives me on a daily basis based on the action of price in and around these levels. That's the first level of belief here on whether you can make hay out of this opportunity. So for people that have traded for a while, sometimes they don't, or they can't, or they haven't gotten there yet, where they have to shed all the other crap and just focus on what we're doing here and see if it works for you. And listen, if it doesn't work for you, nobody's saying you got to stay here. So anyway, so we had a pivot of 37.98, 37.98. He had support at 91, 82, 76, 67, and 60. He had resistance at 04, 10, 16, 23, 31, 38, 44, and 52. So those are the areas that Saul is looking at for his own trading. If it turns out you're writing these levels down, you're loading them into your software, and the market price change happens in those levels, you now have a leg up over other traders based on Saul's levels. Now, I think it's also important that, you know, you got to be realistic, right? There are days when Saul's levels don't work because the market has gone whacked out. Could be a crazy one-way trade. It could be some dislocation in the market, like what happened the other day and what happens regularly. But we are looking for a couple things. It is a contention of ours that the market gives you 2 points regularly, or the opportunity to grab 2 points regularly if you know what you're doing. 3 points a little harder, 4 points a little harder, 5 points a little harder, where the market may reverse on you or not give you a smooth ride. And we're very happy with 2 points or 2 points plus where available, because if you do one contract, you get some money. Do two contracts, you get some more money. Do three contracts, you get more money than that. And you have a trading business. You have a conservative trading business. And that's what I think people may be interested in, so that they can develop consistent profitability and they can stick around and do it like the professional gamblers do it, with consistency, with forethought, with skill, and adjust to what's happening based on the market. And again, there are times in even professional gambling where you press because the opportunity meets preparedness. And this is the preparedness. You got to be prepared to make it. So we're talking Eastern time. So, I guess the question is, have you made your money for the day? So from a preparedness point of view, if you're doing this price action methodology with Saul, you could be done in the first trade. You could be done in the second trade. You could be done in the third trade. That could happen in and around the pivot or other areas. But the point is that greed kills, and being overwhelmed by um, the need to trade is a killer. So do as few trades as you can do to bank your money for the day and come back tomorrow. There's something going on out there, and you can think about it this way: is that because you're sitting in front of a screen and you've opened up the screen to trade your trading business that day, doesn't mean you have to do any trades. There is nobody sitting there, with a gun to your head saying, you have to open up the screen and you better make money today because it's sitting in front of you. The better concept here is to be prepared, practice the crap out of it, learn it. In this case, we're talking about price action trading, develop consistent profitability, and then step into your business based on assessing that day's opportunity. So when I say TikTok, the TikTok here is the levels, right? Think about it. Sol's levels. He sets them right around the cash open. So he is ready to go. He loads the levels into his software, and then he lets the cash market open up at 9:30. At 9:30, the bell goes off, and the market has a carry into it of what the market's going to look like. How is how many contracts are trading? How's the movement in price today? What's the follow through based on a particular level? Could be around the pivot or the one or two of the first levels. So Sol and you would learn how to set it so that you can read the market for the day, particularly the morning session, first hour, hour and a half of how the market is going to feed you money or rip your face off. And you have to make a decision at that time how you want to play it, usually with one contract in and around a particular level if it looks like it's going to work. And if you end up banking 2 points, that's a pretty good day. If you were using larger contract size, that's a really good day. So, you can pull your money off the table and you've made your money for the day. Now, if you didn't read the market right, or you still were unsure about what's happening based on price movement, momentum, and follow through, then you would wait. And then you have other levels on top and bottom to see how the market is behaving. And based on that behavior, can you go in and wrestle it based on price action in and around that level? So that is your focus. Your focus only here is to make money in an orderly fashion based on a trading technique and what the market will give you on a daily basis based on that market's personality for that day. And that's really all this is. And if you can master that, then, you know, we've had individuals in here that, have their day loaded where they're going to do 10 contracts at a time. And they're going to trade depending on how they perceive the market after the opening bell. They're looking for 2 points on 10 contracts in and around Sol's pivot. Now they've graduated to that level. Okay, I'm not saying people should load on 10 contracts and go wing it. This is after they have been schooled and know what they're doing and are able to read what's happening based on the cash open right after the cash open, and they're looking for a minimum trade of 2 points. And for them, what is it, $1,000 less fees? They don't need to do one more trade for that day. They're not like, oh great, oh I made 1,000. Let's keep winging it. You know what I mean? Even though the market may be giving you more, they push themselves away from their computer and they go out and they hang out with whoever they want to hang out with, whether it's a hobby, kids, significant other, or what have you. Go out in their boat. Who the cares? But the point is, they've made their money for the day and they're free, and they come back and look to do it again tomorrow. And the S&P 500 is a great instrument for that because you can make money on the upside and the downside. So anyway, so that's what we do. That's why I sent you out that opportunity to come back in and be part of what we do here. Let me know if you need it again. And Robert, are you involved in any of that? Oh, it's interesting because that looks like a train wreck, but I hate to date myself, but I can remember the passion and the emotion in the .com days. And this is really similar, except for it's a gaming, inside gaming situation. Hey, Ben, welcome aboard. Ben, I'm not sure if you were able to pick up on any of the conversation that we were having. And Robert, um, did you send us an email and ask us something a couple weeks ago, maybe? I'm thinking it was, oh, okay. So you didn't send out any request or something like that? So, so you're in it right now, Peter, Padro. So when you come in, you're coming into the same room and you're going to get an email to come in. And I authorize you in the background so it rolls over at that price. So that's a good thing. Hey, Ben Y, let us know what you're trading. So Robert, let me, so you should sign up, Robert, for Sol's Monthly at this point. Just let me know if I can send you that link again. And Andrew S, let me know if you're back. And Mark S, let me know if you wanted me to send you that thing. I think I sent it to you in chat already. Mark, you're more than welcome to come back tomorrow. Noodle on it overnight on how you want to proceed. And Ben Y, use the chat feature. And Andrew S, let me know if you're back, Andrew S. Sometimes I think if I don't hear from people, they're either out or maybe their system's not working for them and they can't hear me and I have to disconnect them. But I really don't want to do that or reset them. So Ben, just let me know if you're there and hearing us. So remember, this is a morning session experience. Right now we are at 1:48 p.m. We start here at 9 a.m. on a daily basis. If you've registered, obviously you're going to get the links to come back in. We start here at 9, open everything up. We get everything set up. Sal steps in pretty close to the bell. He gives out the key areas we're looking at for the morning's trade, his proprietary scalping levels, and then we go from there. And Ben, just let me know if you're able to hear us based on Zoom. Those that are coming in the outside, join us on the inside. Look for the link, pidiq.tv. When I mean the inside, I mean the inside of the Zoom that we're in. Hey, Roop, how are you enjoying Sol so far?